Does it feel like a long time ago you were here, or does it just feel like yesterday? I mean, it's been quite the journey to get back to that seat right there, right?
Yeah, it feels like a long time. This has been the longest camp in MMA history, probably.
What are your thoughts on it? Because we hear, the Ultimate Fighter, it's amazing, it sucks, it's hard. I mean, what's your thoughts on it as you sit here now?
For me, it was the best route available. If I was hoping to get in, the goal was to get to the UFC, and the Ultimate Fighter was just the perfect time and the perfect place to do it. If I was going to try and wait for a Contender Series fight, I'd be here fighting on the Contender Series right now instead of fighting in the UFC. So for me, it was awesome. I loved it, great experience, and I'm really glad I did it.
Did you find it challenging at all, just the atmosphere and being in there and being kind of detached from society?
For me, no. I actually really enjoyed it. I know a lot of people in the house had some struggles, and it was kind of breaking a lot of people. I'm a little bit older than most of the other contestants, so I grew up without a phone. I grew up without internet, so just reminded me of my childhood being in there, honestly.
Nice. Well, obviously, you've known you were going to be here a lot longer than we've known, so what did you do in the meantime? I mean, did you get off the show, is it immediately into training camp, or is it like we got to take a break and rest and recover? Like, what was your process?
So I immediately got to training. I specifically, since I'm fighting at heavyweight, wanted to put on some size, and having 5-6 months is the perfect amount of time to do that. So I got into a heavy lifting program to put on a little bit of extra muscle before I started a real, fight camp.
Yeah. Do you feel like that is your future? Is it heavyweight, or do you feel like light heavyweight is your future? What's your thoughts?
So there's a lot of heavyweights that were signed during COVID that I'd really like to beat up, and I don't think are very good. But when I say that I want to be the UFC champion, I mean the light heavyweight champion.
Nice. Do you want to start calling those guys out by name right now, or do you wait till you get in the UFC?
Oh, I'll tell you their names right now. Parker Porter, I don't even know his first name, Collier. I don't know if it's Justin or Jared. But yeah, Jake. These guys have just been, they got lucky that they had the fights when COVID was going, and they just needed anyone who could show up and fight. And after I beat Mohammed, I would love to come in and beat those guys too.
Making waves already. I like it. All right, talk about Mohammed as an opponent. What do you think about his skills and what challenges he presents for you?
So I know Mohammed really well, actually. We trained together for 2 years before the show, and we're on the same team on the show. He's super explosive, and he's super strong. And so at heavyweight, he's got what every heavyweight has. He can put your lights out at any second.
Does that experience that you guys have together, does it favor either one of you, or does it make it difficult at all? I mean, it is weird that you guys have known each other so well, and now you're in the finals, right?
Yeah, I knew this was what the finals were going to be. Day one, when we both got accepted to the show, I knew this is what it was going to be unless they made us fight each other on the show. And the knowledge favors me, in my opinion, because I know how fast he is, and I know how strong he is, and that's what he brings to the game. He knows that I'm better than him, and there's nothing he can do about that.
What do you think the energy is going to be like when the fight starts, right? I feel like sometimes when guys are real familiar with each other, it kind of starts out as like a little bit of a sparring session or whatever, but there's a lot on the line here in terms of you guys getting in the UFC. So do you anticipate like kind of a feeling out process to start, or do you anticipate it being like a very intense matchup at the beginning?
So I'm definitely going to feel him out. We're both going to see if we've learned anything in the last 5 months. But if you guys have watched Mohammed fight, you know that he only really has one speed, and that's spazzing and chucking heat. So I'm going to try and pull that out of him early.
You have the best low-key shit talk I've seen in a while. And I think prediction for you. I mean, how do you see this fight going? As you said, I mean, you guys are incredibly familiar with each other. So how do you see this thing playing out? Is this going to be, kind of a long fight? Do you think it happens quickly? Like, what kind of matchup do we see?
So every second that ticks on that clock is in my favor. I'm not going to go out there and just swing and bang early with Mohammed. I'm going to try and drag him into deep waters late and finish him in the third round.
What was the weirdest thing that happened in the house?
So they didn't show a lot of the weird stuff that happened. Helen Peralta weighed in her first weigh-in. She weighed in shirtless. She weighed in with her shirt off, just with tape over her nipples. And I thought it was hilarious and was going to be on the show, but they cut that. They made her they let her get the weight, drink some water, but then made her film a weigh-in with her shirt on, and then that's when they aired. So there was tons of crazy stuff that never even made it to TV.
What's something something that happened to you that did not make it on the show?
So I'm trying to think of anything interesting. You know, I came from a law enforcement background, and there was a lot of pig jokes and a lot of people making fun of me for being a cop and things like that. But, you know, none of that made it on the show. I don't know why either, but they kind of kept most of the drama off the show this season for some reason.
How was it being in London with Curtis?
It was great. So, you know, me and Curtis have the same coaches and the same training partners, and he took my coaches and my training partner, so I had to go for my camp to keep going. But it was great. London was a great town, got some good work in, and, you know, it was a very strange fight, but at the end of the day, a win's a win, so it was all good all around.
How did you think that fight was going to play out? If it went past the first 15 seconds.
So if you watch that 15 seconds, that fight was not getting out of the first round one way or another. Tom was coming so aggressively and throwing at such a high volume and pace that Curtis was either going to catch him early or he was going to get whatever his game plan was going. That fight wasn't going 25 minutes.
Well, thank you.
Hello again, friends.
Well, you set out on a mission. It's not quite done yet, but you did make it to this part right now. So I guess just talk about the emotion of kind of being back in that seat and knowing what's ahead.
And now, welcoming to the black table, Juliana the Killer Miller. Just to reminisce, you know. It's good to be back. I'm bringing the energy. I couldn't be more grateful to be here with you guys, man. And I'm ready to put on a show.
Talk about the journey to get here. You know, we hear about, people say it's a rewarding one, but it's also a very challenging one. I guess, how would you classify kind of the Ultimate Fighter experience?
A roller coaster, you know, the ones that have the water at the end, where you get kind of splashed and you like it, but at the same time you're kind of puzzled, like, oh, what's going on here, you know? It really is just like a wild ride. I'm grateful for the whole experience. But if someone was like, hey, Juju, you want to go back to the Ultimate Fighter tomorrow for another 2 fights? I'd be like, no, thank you.
All right, talk about what you got here. As an opponent, Brogan, I guess, what have you seen in her? What do you think about her as, a fighter?
As I'm sure y'all have heard time and time again, she has so much more experience than me. She's been fighting forever and said is going to knock me the F out as soon as I step forward. Almost all of that is true. You know, she is a more experienced fighter. She's been in here forever. She's incredibly strong. She's got a brick-like body. I mean, from top to bottom, just absolutely solid. However, she's not a fan favorite because she's not entertaining to watch. I'm here to bring the entertainment, to bring the fun, to bring a dogfight, to show you guys why you're fans of this sport. We're here for a war. It's not just about winning. It's about your energy and your showmanship throughout the entirety of the process. And to be quite frank, I like teaching people a lesson, so I'm here to humbly give that to Brogan about all the mean things that she's been saying, because I've been nothing short of respectful. You know, I do think she's an incredible fighter, and there's a reason we're face-to-face here in the finale, and I'm quite excited to put on that show.
In fairness, pretty much everybody in the division is going to have more experience than you, right? I mean, you're very early in your career, so I wonder, it's got to be exciting to be here, right, this early in your career, but is there a little bit of, I don't want to say intimidation or nerves, but, you win this fight, you're in the UFC, still very early in your career, still learning the game at the highest level. Is that scary at all, the thought of that?
Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying, if I'm being quite honest. A lot of people have the opportunity to slowly build their record, kind of choose their fights. I did not. However, here's the thing. I'm constantly underestimated because I have no experience. However, there's an extreme amount of room for growth. Every single fight I step in the cage, people are like, who is this woman? She's a new fighter. With girls like Brogan that have been doing the same thing forever and ever, guess who we're going to see in that cage on Saturday? The same Brogan Walker we have seen for the past 9 fights. Guess who you're going to see in the cage from me? You're going to see a brand new killer. You're going to see a composure like you've never seen before, and a tenacity that never leaves my soul. It's something quite exciting, actually, to have the lack of experience. She has no idea what I've learned. She has no idea what I'm going to be doing. She thinks that I'm going to stick my head down and rush at her, which may be partially true. We all know with the bullhorns I'm coming at you, but it's going to be with an intellectual level that she's not prepared for because I've grown so much and I'm so new in the sport. So as scary as it is, it's quite exciting.
You had a great message on the show. You talk about fighting for a purpose and fighting for others. How much does that drive you on a daily basis? Is that something you think about all the time, or is that just you got to think about yourself most days, but when you can send that message, you do. How much does that drive you on a daily basis?
To be quite honest, this is a bit embarrassing to share with the world, but it is true. When you're someone like me and you've come from rock bottom, and you've been at a place where you don't want to be alive anymore, sometimes you look down and you see a scar, so every day is a reminder of where you came from. I didn't have a rich family. I grew up in an abusive home, in a town where I was constantly bullied and beaten, and that never goes away. It's something that every damn day I have to battle through. I talk about emotional intelligence not because I'm emotionally intelligent, Because this is what I'm working on every single day to try to be a successful human. Trauma doesn't disappear. It's literally a cycle that every day you're getting 1% better. But when you stop working on that muscle, what happens? It withers away. If I stop exercising, what's going to happen to my body? So for me, this is just my everyday battle that I'm sharing with the world of, hey, listen, if I can make it, you can too. And it's honestly true, because 4 years ago, I was on a couch ready to give up on my life. That's what it is. It's embarrassing that I was mentally weak enough to get to that place. But to have this platform, 99% of the world has gone through a depression at least one phase in their life. If I could ask everyone in this room to raise your hand if you've ever felt sad or depressed or had thoughts of what the future is for them, are they scared of it? If you're being honest, I can guarantee damn near every hand is going to be like, you know what, I've been through that. And everyone likes to say, oh, I'm fearless, this is fun, blah, blah, blah. But life is hard. But if we band together, we can continuously make this a better world for the people in front of us, for the next generation. What about all these kids who've never learned how to deal with their anger? They go out, hit someone, now they're in jail, now they're in the system, trying to find a better way of life. As parents, as adults, what we can do is work on ourselves to provide a better path for these children. And that's something that I will never forget. I have 5 nephews and a niece, and I want to show them that everything they've been through, their father died at a young age. There's just, everyone in the world is battling their own thing, whether it's mental or physical abuse, it's consistently happening. And I'm here to make the difference and to speak about it and to say that we really can do something. And I'm just grateful for the opportunity to show my strength and my determination to, no matter what happens, maybe Brogan will punch me and I'll fall down, but she sure as hell will never keep me down. I'm going to keep standing back up, and I will use my voice no matter who hates it.
That's pretty phenomenal. Great message. I guess last thing I'd ask him, obviously, we're talking about bigger things. Now we're just talking about a fist fight in a cage, but it's a big moment in your career, I know. So how do you see this fight? I'm sure you've played it out a million times. How do you see this fight going? Do you think this is going to be a crazy kind of back and forth brawl that you got to gut out? Is it something that you can go dominate early? How do you see this thing going?
I have visualized every possible outcome besides one where I lose. There's nowhere in my head that I see walking away from this without a win. She talked so much smack about knocking me out that I would love the alternative where I land and I stand and look over her like, oh, look where you're at now, just that moment of satisfaction of, hey, you said you're going to do this to me, look what I'm going to do to you. I've also seen the altercation of, us on the ground and getting a dominant finish with a TKO. I've watched myself submit her. There is endless options. However, realistically, on paper, how I believe it's going to go is that this is going to be a 3-round fight. Brogan's going to throw 1 or 2 punches, circle away, run away. When she feels my power, I think she's going to try to clench and hold me on the cage. If she can get a snap down, she'll do her double overs, stick her tummy right to the dirt and try to hold me there until infinity, because this is what she does every single fight. For me to go in there with the utmost confidence saying I'm just going to destroy her, that is just unrealistic. Of course I see that and I want that. However, I feel that I'm really going to have to show my warrior spirit and pull her into the depths of hell, which she's never been before. I've watched every single one of her fights. She's never been bloody. She's never been broken. She's never been taken to that place of extreme worry of like, oh my God, what's happening to me right now? But you know what? Neither had Caitlin Neal. She had never been finished. So I believe that with some elbows and a few open cuts, I will be able to get the finish. But Brogan Walker is a very experienced opponent, and I think that she's coming in there for the finish too. So we'll see where it leads.
Yeah. What did you think of the show when you actually watched it? And were you surprised at some of the things they left in there and some of the things they took out?
Oh man, there was so much drama left out of there.
Please share.
I'm quite bamboozled at the lack of drama. I'm like, whoa, man, they made it seem like everyone was like so chill most of the time, besides me, which I will say, there was a lot more drama in there, It's interesting too because I've talked to a lot of the other girls after the fights, and they're like, man, they made it seem like I was such a team player when in reality I was a realist. They just didn't show that. So that's the thing about these things, and honestly, this is the reason why I just speak my truth all of the time. Love me or hate me, this is who I am on and off screen, is because you never know what they're going to show on there. And there was an instance, kind of funny now that I'm fighting Brogan, where it showed us putting silly string for Zach's birthday. And however, a few days later, all the coaches came over and Kamaru came to visit Mo, and it was just chaos in the house after the UFC fights. Well, Hannah, Laura, and I actually grabbed some cans of silly string and we silly stringed Team Nunes. And at the table was Claire, Brogan, Chandler, and I believe it was like Niall or something. There was about 4 or 5 people there, and we just silly stringed them, and I got Brogan right in the face with this silly string, and it was so funny, and she was so mad, and like she was stomping around, and it's like, no, this is just a joke. There's been no pranks on the show. We're trying to spice it up a little, and afterwards I was like sweeping up the house, and she walks up to me and she goes, "Was it worth it?" And I looked at her and I was like, hell yeah, what, you don't like to smile a little? Come on, girl. We go to practice the next day. They had found some leftover silly string and they swept it all up. And Hannah and I went to walk into our room, and then there's just this huge pile of dirt and silly string and trash sitting right in front of our door. And we're like, come on, dude, really? Like, it's just like so much petty little things that, didn't necessarily make it in there. But for me, producers, if you're hearing this, if you could please send me that video of the silly string right to the face, I'll cherish that moment forever.
Hey, Juju. You were on record and you bashed Bobby Maximus a couple times. Do you still feel the same way that you did?
Yeah, absolutely. They said that everything that I was saying was because I was crazy. However, multiple other people from the team felt the same as I. I am unsure why he was so keen on spending all of his time with the women from Team Nunes, but that was just his MO. Bobby wasn't focused in practice. He didn't show up for anyone on our team. There was multiple times we said, hey, what about us? You want to give us some advice? And he just didn't feel that way. Everybody's energy is different, but when you're in a committed relationship, I think that you should focus on yourself and on your boys instead of trotting around the house. Even Zach said, oh, Bobby's snake box meeting. Like, it's common knowledge for everyone in the house that this dude just literally loves the attention from these females. And go on Brogan Walker's Instagram and all you can say is, you got this, Brogan, let's go, on every single post, which is cool, man. But guess what, like, it was a team sport, and honestly, bro, you're just making yourself look more and more lame every single day. And I still feel the same way, so sorry not sorry.
The UFC is going to San Diego next week. Are you disappointed that you're not on that card?
Nah, I'm just excited to be here, honestly. And you know what? Now I get to watch the fights from the comfort of cookies and gummy bears, hopefully with someone handsome next to me, trying to celebrate the win. I'm just excited that UFC is coming to San Diego. I mean, what a feat. If you ever come back, I would love to be fighting there. But for now, I'm just grateful for the opportunity to share my experience and go out there and put on a show.
And finally, I just wanted your thoughts on Juliana Pena and Amanda Nunes. They fought this past weekend, and just want your thoughts on that fight.
Man, what a war, huh? Dude, that was an incredible fight. Juliana has a no-quit heart of a warrior. I mean, man, she is just a dog to Amanda. It's actually quite interesting now that I am fighting Brogan, because I feel that Amanda pulled a Brogan. Amanda has never in the history of any of her fights fought southpaw. She came up southpaw, hitting people. She hit Juliana with the kind of weird like jab hook, and that's what kept dropping her. And I feel that they weren't necessarily prepared for that stance switch, which is interesting because Brogan's not a southpaw, and she stands southpaw to put her power hand in front, and she's dropped multiple girls with it. So it's kind of like, I'm like, whoa, dude, she's facing what I was preparing for this whole time, and it kind of made me think, I'm like, is Brogan going to go regular stance to trick me? Honestly, I hope so. But that was just an incredible war. I can't wait for the trilogy. I think that this time on the third match, Juliana is going to be ready for absolutely anything. And, I'm Team Pena till I die. I think that both women are incredible athletes. And I would like to say a thank you to them, first off, for putting women's MMA on such a pedestal. I mean, women headliners like that, it is really showing that like how exciting we can be. For the longest time, women have been fighting tooth and nail to even make it to the top level, to be allowed into the UFC. I mean, she was the first woman ever allowed into the tough season and won that shit. So it's just incredibly badass, and both of them are warriors. I'm so grateful that they put on such an exciting show, and next time for the trilogy, I will be there live screaming my bloody head off. Let's go, Vixen. Team Pena, baby.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good morning.
Oh, look at that. Good morning. English coming along.
Good morning. Yeah.
Sergey, last time we saw you was in March. You had a big win there. I guess how important was that to kind of get back in the win column for you?
Последний раз мы тебя видели в марте, очень большая победа для тебя была в марте. Насколько важно для тебя было опять стать в графу победителей?
Как и всегда, это очень важно. Я очень тяжело и усердно тренируюсь, и я иду за победой.
As always, it's very important for me to get the victory. That's why I train so hard, and I always go towards the victory.
Nice. I believe you're in Vegas full time now. I guess have you made the adjustment to life here in Las Vegas?
Ты теперь в Вегасе все время на постоянное место жительства. Как ты перестроился на жизнь в Лас-Вегасе?
Ну да, я тут долгое время уже нахожусь и приезжаю сюда. Мне нравится тут тренироваться. Тут очень хорошие залы, хорошие спарринг-партнеры, тем более тут бои. Чтобы не тратить, чтобы у меня акклиматизироваться, чтобы создать себе комфортные условия, да.
Yeah, I'm here for a long time. I've come here many times now. I train here. I really like training here. I like the sparring partners here. I like the places where I can train here. Plus, a lot of the fights are here, so I don't have to always, switch the climate and stuff like that and adjust to that. So I like being here in Vegas.
Do you like being here during the summer?
А летом тебе здесь нравится? Не слишком жарко?
Ну, я жду, когда снег выпадет, если честно.
To be honest, I'm waiting for the snow to come out.
You'll be waiting a while. All right, listen, so it's been 5 months between fights. I'm just curious kind of what the focus has been. And looking at your social media, it seems like you've been doing a lot of boxing. Has that been the primary focus?
Давай поговорим чуть про бой. Уже 5 месяцев прошло. Из того, что я вижу в социальных сетях, ты очень сильно концентрируешься на своем боксе, на стендапе. Это правда или нет?
Ну, на самом деле на всем. Просто так получилось, что я выставлял фотки с того зала. А так я тренируюсь и всегда улучшаю все свои аспекты.
It's not just boxing. It just happens that social media got some of those days where I was boxing. But actually, I'm concentrating on all aspects of the fight.
Nice. Talk about Augusto as an opponent. What do you think about this matchup and what he presents to you?
Что ты думаешь про своего оппонента Аугусто и что ты думаешь тебе предстоит ожидать от него?
Хороший, сильный соперник. Был в топ-10, у него были большие бои. Самое главное то, что я думаю о себе, я иду за победой.
He's a great fighter. I mean, he's been to top 10 before. He's got big opponents that he's been through. But honestly, the most important part is what I think about myself, and I think that I'm going to come for the victory.
Nice. And you talked about him being in the top 10 previously. I mean, are you looking at the rankings and expecting to be there with a win, or do you concern yourself with that?
Ты говоришь про топ-10. После этой победы ты считаешь, что ты попадешь в топ-10 точно?
Ну, я все тот же Сергей, не забегая вперед, не буду забегать за спину соперника. После боя, да, посмотрим. Но в любом случае, да, мы туда идем.
I'm still Sergey. I'm still not going to go ahead of myself and say, it doesn't matter what happens in this fight. I'm not going to look over this opponent. So I'm going to concentrate on him for now. And then after the win, I can see what happens. And of course, I'm looking for the top 10.
I like it. Last question for me. Between you two guys on paper, this looks like it should be a pretty exciting fight, maybe a very quick fight. Is that what you're anticipating here?
Если посмотреть так, то между вами двумя оппонентами, они думают, что досрочно закончится бой. Скорее всего, будет очень фееричный, очень быстрый бой. Что ты ожидаешь? Так и будет или будет длинный бой?
Ну, как и всегда, готов на все 3 раунда, на весь бой, без разницы, сколько он пройдет. А там, как будет, так будет. Мы готовы ко всему.
I'm ready for all 3 rounds, but then, I'm ready for anything. So if the fight is going to be quick, great. If not, we'll see how long he lasts.
Have a good day, guys.
Yeah.
I know. Next time, maybe next time. Okay.
I like it. Keep you busy, huh? Good. Strong.
I held back.
Don't next time. That was impressive. Listen, last time we saw you, December, I mean, a hard-fought win against a very skilled opponent. I guess, how important was that result for you just to kind of get back in the win column and, build that confidence again?
I mean, it was just important just to get back in the win column. You know what I mean? I wasn't satisfied with that fight. You know what I mean? Yes, he's a tough opponent, but I go out there to finish. You know what I mean? I want to put on something exciting. It wasn't too exciting of a fight. You know what I mean? So I kind of let the fans down on that one, and I don't plan on doing that again.
I like it. 8 months since. I'm just curious, was that needing time away? I know before you had said, hey, I kind of need some time away from my body. Was that more of that, or was this just kind of the way the schedule worked out?
Yeah, a little bit of both. You know what I mean? I wanted to get in a little bit earlier. I actually wanted to fight last week, you know what I mean, in Dallas. You know what I mean? That's where I live. But, everything all works out, you know what I mean? I don't know what my coach is doing as far as, you know what I mean, managing and talking to the matchmakers and stuff. So I'm patient. I just wait for my opportunities.
I was kind of curious about that. Was there any lobbying behind the scenes? Come on, man! We can't move it 1 week.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a part of none of that. I just show up, train, and fight.
I saw a note you put on social media that was interesting. You said the type to put myself in a hole just to fight my way out. And I was curious about that. I mean, was it just a something that you put on there, or is it like you feel like you've kind of put yourself in bad spots sometimes?
I mean, it's like throughout my life, you know what I mean. And sometimes I do I choose the wrong way a lot of times, you know what I mean? And then when my back's against the wall, that's whenever I fight my best, and then I pull myself out and I'm a changed man, you know what I mean? Kind of like evolution type shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You try to get away from putting yourself in those bad situations?
Yeah, for sure. No more of that shit. I'm done.
I like it. All right, talk about this opponent, Vicente, another skilled guy, another really talented fighter. I mean, what do you think about him as an opponent?
He's a great opponent. He's very skilled, you know. And what's crazy is we have a lot of mutual opponents. You know what I mean? We fought a lot of the same guys, so I've been watching them since I got in the UFC, pretty much. You know what I mean? So I studied a lot on him. You know what I mean? It's he's changed up his style a little bit. You know what I mean? But Vicente is going to be Vicente. You know what I mean? He's going to come in and he's going to throw those punches. He's going to push forward. You know what I mean? I'm really excited for it.
You have so many common opponents. I was looking at the matchup. I was like, have they fought before? I know. Y'all been circling around each other for a long time.
For a long ass time, you know. And it's one of those things. I always knew I was going to fight him. I just didn't know when. You know, I was okay, I'm gonna pick my matchups or try to get different matchups. But I always knew Vicente was gonna be one that would be willing to fight. You know what I mean? If I can't find something, I'm like, hey, well, Vicente's right here. Kind of what happened with because I wanted to fight Sean Brady, and he didn't respond to me, and then Vicente came up. You know what I mean? It was destined to happen.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I know you had a couple setbacks, but man, he's number 6 in the world right now. So are you thinking about hey man, I win this? There's a case to be made that you're top 6, top 5. I mean, if you take his spot, right?
I'm just thinking about beating him. We'll see about all that after that. You know what I mean? But right now, I just got to get through him. He's nobody to look past. You know what I mean? He's a dangerous dude. Yeah. So once I get done with that, I'll think about that.
I know you said you were disappointed with the last one, but on paper, this one doesn't look like it could be that kind of fight.
There's no way. There's no way it's going to be. He's going to push forward. You know what I mean? If I could run the whole time, he's going to be right there. You know what I mean? So it's going to be fireworks.
Looking forward to it. Last thing for me, the goal here, like you said, you'll worry about the opponent, that kind of stuff later. But Are you hoping to turn around faster and stay busier?
Yeah, I was thinking I want to get on the MSG card. That's what I think it's in November or something like that. I think that's a good enough time frame in between. You know what I mean? But I do want one more by the end of the year, either November or December.
Hey, Geoff. The Contender Series is back, and year anniversary was last week. Just how important was that show to you? How important is that show to you?
It was super important, you know what I mean? And it was like a last minute thing. You know, I had just I fought on a Friday, and then the next Friday I'm at work. At Texas Roadhouse, and I get a call from my coach, and he was like, hey, leave work right now, we're flying out, and then I fight on Tuesday, so that's 9 days in between my fight, you know what I mean? And I didn't expect much going into it, you know what I mean? I was just thinking about 10 grand, you know what I mean? It was 5 to show, 5 to win. That's more money, the most money I ever made from fighting, and I just went in there to just win, you know what I mean, to finish the dude, and I didn't expect to get a contract. I thought a couple other people were going to get it, but I'm grateful that I got it, you know what I mean? And I'm glad I proved that I deserve the contract and I belong here.
Awesome. Thank you.
No problem.
Wait, did you just walk out on your shift, or did you actually finish the shift?
No, I walked out. I was done.
Did you have tables at the time?
No, it was towards the beginning. You know, I didn't have no table. But the managers let me go. It was nothing it wasn't disrespectful. It was like, fuck y'all, I'm gone. They let me go.
Just imagine you walking out like a table sitting there going, like, where's my appetizer at, man?
I'm like, fuck your appetizer. I'm about to go to UFC. That's good.
Going back to Sweet Dream Stadium after a couple of performances of the night. I got to build like a statue of you or something here at some point.
I'm trying to get that bronze statue out here. You know, they got the one over here at the PI. I think it was Joe Louis. You know, I think Sweet Dream's gonna get one in here soon.
I like it. I mean, I'm sure you want to be on pay-per-views and the big cards and all that. That'll certainly be coming in time. But do you feel comfortable? I mean, this has got to feel like home to you, man.
Yeah, man. I feel good here. It's business as usual. You know, Sweet Dream Stadium, like you said, is comfortable here. You see the performances speak for themselves, and yeah, just comfortable, bro.
I know you've been having a little fun kind of talking about the most successful Contender Series alum, but I'm curious, is that title important to you? I mean, do you want to people to realize like you are the greatest to come off the show?
No, everybody entitled to their own opinion, but I just put it out there because I feel like it to me is true. You know, I don't think anybody that's coming off the Contender Series has beat the level of competition repeatedly that I have, done it in the fashion that I have, and or have the trajectory that I have. So, yeah.
Back-to-back main events. I mean, that means something in the UFC for sure. I guess talk about the feel. I mean, is it any different?
I don't know anybody else off Contender Series who got those.
That's what I'm saying. So what's the feel like for you? I mean, in this role, I mean, is it kind of pressure packed, or is it comfortable, or do you hate the extra media? I mean, what's it like for you?
Nah, bro. I don't put any extra pressure on myself because of the simple fact that it's still a fight. It's what I do every day. All I'm doing is what I do every day. You know, all it to everybody else it makes it like, oh man, this is huge. This is a big moment. And it is. Don't get me wrong, it is. And I am understanding that, but I also understand what it takes to capitalize on that is stick to what you did to get here, you know? So I'm going to stick with that.
Thiago as an opponent, I mean, obviously he's had some setbacks, but still a very dangerous guy. I mean, what do you think when you assess him?
Just as you said, I feel like he is a dangerous guy. He still possesses that danger, and is still to be respected. You know, people always talk about like the Paul Craig thing. I learned respect the game, and he's going to get that respect. But know that respect comes with a lot of fucking pain and punishment.
Nice. Knowing that you do have to respect that power, does that change the way you? I mean, I think about you as aggressive, as strike heavy. I mean, do you have to adjust anything based on his power and based on that respect that you have for him?
Adjust anything as far as what? Everybody I fought had power. Who didn't have power that I fought?
Nobody at light heavyweight.
You know what I'm saying? So you got to do it. You got to deal with it the same way. Power is, everybody has power. You know, it's part of what you deal with dealing with fighting. I don't overthink things. I understand the basics of fighting and know what fighting is. And I take it as that. Nothing else, nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah. This rise that you're on, man, are you thinking about rankings? I mean, you considerably top 5 with win here, man. I mean, the upper echelon of the division. Are you thinking, hey, that's where I deserve to be, and those are the guys I'm ready to compete with at this point in my career?
I mean, yeah, I felt that way. I felt like I was ready to compete with the best in the world, and I felt like I belong with the best because I believe in myself that much, you know. So it isn't just a crazy thing for me to think like, oh yeah, I'm there. It's just yeah, let's get it, let's go. I want it. I'm hungry for it. I'm not shying away from it. I'm not shy about it. I'm here. I'm here. Stand full forward, standing up, all of that.
So after this fight, because I feel like we've been following your rise and say, hey man, pay attention to this kid. It looks like he's gonna be somebody. It looks like he's gonna be somebody. After this, is this when we start saying, no, he's a contender. We need to be talking about where he fits into that title picture now.
That's up to y'all. That's up to everybody else to build up their narratives. As you know, people gonna build up whatever narrative they want. You know, I'm just gonna keep doing it. Just know, you know what. You just gonna know what to expect. That's all I can do is just keep giving you what you should expect from me.
Last thing for me, I know you say you kind of don't overthink it or whatever, but your last 2 performances have been pretty incredible. I mean, do you feel like this is another one that you can go in there and dominate and get out quickly, or because of his experience, because of who he's been in there with, are you feeling like this might be one where you gotta go deep?
I don't think about getting in there and getting in there and getting them done quickly, period. Whenever Johnny Walker dropped, I was still ready to go rounds. Whenever Jimmy Crute dropped, I was still ready to go rounds. You know, I'm ready to go. You know what I mean? I'm trained to go to step. I'm trained to go when it's time to step.
Outside of yourself, give us the top 3 Contender Series alums.
Outside of myself, the top 3 Contender Series alums I say will be Sean O'Malley, Kevin Holland, and Alex Perez.
In that order?
Not so much in that order, no. But yeah, just like that. You know.
I don't know if you've seen him. Deontay Wilder's here today. Would it be cool to have him watch your fight on Saturday?
Yeah. I did see Deontay. I actually talked to him, and I asked him if he was gonna come out Saturday. He told me he was gonna check, he was gonna see, and he might pop out if he can. Hopefully he does though. That'd be cool.
Hey Jamal, people say that Thiago Santos isn't the same Thiago Santos from when he fought John Jones. Do you see it that way, or do you think it's just the same guy? He's just been having off performances.
I don't give a fuck. For the simple fact of, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, what do you think? I'm in the gym training like, oh, he's not who he used to be, so I don't have to worry. No, I trained for him to be the best fighter in the world. I trained. That goes with that respect for the game, And I've heard people say, oh, he's not the Thiago he used to be, the old Thiago. Bro, even if he was still the Thiago Santos that stepped in front of John Jones, I'll still whoop his ass. Period. It's not gonna change what's gonna happen at all.
It was your 3-year anniversary of your Contender Series fight just 2 weeks ago. How important was that fight, and I guess kind of just reflect on that fight?
It was everything. I'm not here talking to you guys. I'm not having these moments. I'm not getting these opportunities without the Contender Series. I remember it. I remember what it felt like going through and everything. And now just looking back on it is crazy. It kind of puts like it's a heartfelt feeling, because it's just like, wow, I showed up, I showed up and I showed out, and I've been continuously following my word of what I said I was gonna do. All those things like, bro, I used to sit and think, watch UFC, bro, and mist up in the eyes, tear, bro, chest pounding, be 2-3 o'clock in the morning, just probably waking up, just walking, bro, just pacing, bro, just in my head, bro, I can't explain it. You know what I mean? I truly can't explain it. And for it to come full circle like this, it didn't stop here. It only started here, and it's going. It's going.
A couple years ago, you told me that you didn't feel like the UFC were promoting you correctly, and now you're headlining your 2 last fights, man. What do you think changed? Do you think they saw this guy got it?
I did what I said I was gonna do, bro. That's all of that. The way I'm promoted, all of that shit. I don't care. You know what I mean? I do. I'm not gonna say that I don't. I ain't gonna say. I'm not gonna step out and say that I don't. I do, but I don't control that. I focus on the things that I control. I feel like that's what I didn't give them no choice but to see anything else. They ain't had no choice but to start putting me in these spots. I'm not gonna give them a choice, because this the beautiful thing about this sport. In basketball, you can have a off series, something you get knocked off by a team. You never really get to have to meet this team or meet that. You ain't got no choice but to run into me, bro. You ain't got no choice but to run into me, because I ain't going nowhere.
And finally, for me, a couple months ago, there was a viral video of you and your manager pulling off a prank. Can you kind of talk about that?
Yeah, man, he got me, man. He got me. He got with a real prankster on me. That seems to be the trend. That's how people level the playing field. They get professional help and go outside. Yeah, they played it on me smooth. We were sitting there, we were talking, discussing tickets. He's all like, yeah, well, this and that. And then somebody comes up and says something. I'm like, oh yeah. And then it's Phoenix. And in Phoenix, there are fans everywhere. They'll come up to you. You never know what they're gonna say. They offer to buy you stuff, all type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So he just walks up and he's like, oh, I go to dap him up, and he just leaves me hanging. And he gives me this look. This look, and you from where I'm from, that look mean a certain thing. You know what I'm saying? So he I'll try you on God. I'm like, hold on, bro. Just check your temperature real quick and see how much you really ready to boil.
Thank you.
Just jumping one quick one back to Contender Series. I know that you have respect for it. Did you watch the fights yesterday? And what did you think of the fights and some of the talent that came out from that show last week or last night?
Oh yeah, I was here. I watched the fights, and I seen them, and it was amazing. It was fire. I don't know if you actually catch some camera angles. You see the guy with the white hat just jumping around losing. That's me. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fan, bro. That last fight that was Duncan.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Bro, you get clocked, getting caught, getting put up with all types of adversity, and then you know what I mean, to pull it out, bro, that's what the show is about. Honestly, I feel like he should have signed both of them. You know what I mean? it was amazing, and it gave me another sense of that pride of being a part of that show, because we're proving that this is it.
And I was going to kind of ask you about that. I mean, what is it about the show? And I know they have a sense of pride, but what is it about the show? Because everybody that seems to make it through that show and have a good performance there is just having a hell of a time in the UFC. They're just running over people.
Because they understand what it was. You got to think. You've been sitting, training, hey, pick me. That's like if you was in a bar or somewhere. Let's say like when you was in school, you had the girl that you liked that made you feel like that. And it's like, you don't pick me, what? And what happens? She come up and she pick you. You know what I mean? And now it's time for you to step up to that. And you step up to it. And you man up. You're gonna start to walk a little different. You're gonna start to hold yourself a little different. So I think it's that pressure of the show. It turns you, pressure make diamonds, right?
That's awesome. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, I know you believed that you could be here and that you would make it to this point, but you're here. So what's the feeling right now, knowing one step away from being in the UFC?
The feeling feels great. I feel blessed. I just feel I'm just in the moment. I'm just taking it one step at a time, one day at a time, and I knew I was going to be here. I knew this was all going to happen. I knew this was all going to come to fruition, and then I just put the work in, and you reap the rewards.
Talk to me about the experience itself. I mean, obviously you had a little bit of inside knowledge of what to expect, but I guess how did it play out versus what you thought? Was it enjoyable? Was it difficult? What did you think of it?
Oh man, it was all of the above. It was enjoyable. I mean, you get free food. You get to order the best foods. You can order whatever you can think of. Organic steak, put it on the list. You order it, they'll get it to you. And it was nerve-wracking. You might potentially fight your roommates. You're sleeping in the same room with these guys that you're gonna fight. You're keeping one eye open. It's just the nerves, the mind, the process. You lose, you're out. You win, you keep going. It was really a test of will. It was test of will. It was test of your heart, your determination, and I just stayed focused. I just stayed true to myself. I kept my game plan, no matter who tried to interrupt that, distract me, everything. I just stayed focused, man, and I'm just very, very blessed to be here.
Nice. Now you're here in the finals and facing, a teammate. I mean, somebody you're very familiar with, right? I mean, you trained together before, so I guess. Is that a good thing, a bad thing? Do you think it helps that you're familiar with them, or does it kind of make it more difficult? What do you think about the situation?
It's another fight. It's the only thing about it is we've had a couple sparring rounds. You trained. That's it. But training and fighting are two different things. When I go train somebody, I'm not trying to take their head off like when I'm in the actual octagon. It's a different energy that you have to have. And I'm excited. I know, like he said, that he knows my tendencies. I know his tendencies. It's going to be a good fight. We both went back with our respected coaches and put the work in for us to be here. And I'm just excited to get in there and compete and leave it all out there in the cage.
You get to the UFC, the comparisons to your brother, they're going to be there all along. I mean, do you welcome that? Like, is that nice to be associated with that? Or do you hope people will say, hey, let me have my own journey. Let me have my own path.
I mean, I love it. He's Usman. It's our last name. I'm here because of my brother, for the aspect of he started fighting before me. I had to put the work in to get here. Fighting is fighting. It's not, Kamaru's your brother, now let's just push you up here. You're the Ultimate Fighter finale. You don't have to fight these two hard monsters that are coming in at 265 pounds to be here. We'll just put you here because your brother's Kamaru Usman. That's false. Everything about fighting is yourself. That's why I love it so much, because as much as people speak about my brother, that's why I love it, because I'm still the one that have to go out here and compete and have to fight and have to win for you guys to even be up here and talk crap to me and tell me about my brother. If I don't win, I'm not even getting up here and looking at you guys right now. Tell me about my brother. So what does that tell you? I have to go out here and win for you to even give me another, you compared to your brother? Oh, thank you, I won. So yes, if I'm winning, I'm doing great. I'm getting the job done. I'm going to the next level of MMA, of fighting, and that's all it's about, man. I'm just very blessed to be in this moment. I'm blessed to have great coaches like my head coach, Coach Jake, Coach Justin, Coach Peter, all these guys, my teammates, Grant Neal, Archie Kogan. I'm just so blessed to have these guys in my life that have just believed in me from day one and knew that I could be here. And I'm just ready to really just leave it all out in the octagon and go to hell.
That's awesome, man. Well, there's one step left to go. I'm sure you've been thinking about this fight, playing it out in your mind. So ultimately, how do you think this thing goes? I mean, is this something that you can go in and maybe get some kind of dominant victory early, or is this one going to be kind of a back and forth 15-minute? What kind of fight do we see?
This fight, I see it going everywhere I want it to go. I'm going to come out here. I'm going to completely dominate this guy in every aspect of MMA. Whatever he thinks he can do, I'm going to do better. I'm going to hit him harder. I'm going to be quicker than him. I'm going to be faster than him. If he wants to grapple, I love grappling. If you look at my record, my first couple fights, all I knew was grappling. I couldn't even throw a punch. I just was grabbing people. So now that I know how to strike, they all think that's what I can do. But, I put everything together. I'm just going to be a complete MMA mixed martial artist in there. And I'm going to go out there and get my hand raised, because this is my destiny. This is my goals. I knew I was going to be here. God gave me the abilities to be here. And I'm just ready to go out here and show the world.
Hey, Mohammed. Was there anything on the show that they left out that you were like, as you were rewatching, you're like, oh, that didn't happen?
The only thing I could say they left out is me cold tubbing. I did the cold ice bath more than I think anybody. I think they said in Ultimate Fighter history. I would order at least 15 to 20 bags of ice every day, and after training, I would literally sit in that ice bath every night. And honestly, it was one of the best things. And the cameras were always there, but they never put that in the show. So I was like, oh man, y'all left my ice baths out? I was like, that's so yeah, for everything else was pretty good, man. I loved every minute of just being on the show and just being there, waking up every morning and going outside in the backyard and kind of just smelling the air, like what Coach Jermaine used to say, close your eyes and just listen and identify the things you can hear and just kind of meditate to myself. So I would go in the backyard by the pool and close my eyes and just start meditating and like okay, a hummingbird, just start identifying things in my mind that I hear and just being in the moment and just being present. And that really helped me just really soak up every moment of being an Ultimate Fighter and just competing.
Zach was in here earlier, and he said that he knew it was going to be you two in the finals. Did you feel the same way?
I actually wanted to fight him in the show, but he had a lucky break actually by being on the same team with me. Because if he was, if you watch the show, these guys were gunning for me right away from day one. The Mitchell Seep guy, and then even gunning for me day one. It wasn't even a competition. It was just like, I hate this guy. And I was like, who are you? And then to backdoor, and then I fought the -- pick in Eduardo. So I'm here because I earned this right. I worked hard. Guys got fights, here and there. Every fight is hard because it's a fight, but I had to go through the toughest guys, in my opinion, in the house besides myself to be here. So I earned every step of this, and I'm ready to kick the door down into the UFC.
Speaking of that Mitchell Seep guy, on the show it seemed like he really got under your skin. Did he?
Oh man, I was so focused on the goal that when he started doing all those things, it went past just what you guys were seeing. It's different when you're in the house with this guy. Like right before we train, we're getting ready to go on a bus. He's walking up to me, yeah, man, you better work on that striking. You better work on your boxing. I come home, I'm cooking a steak. Yeah, man, are you doing what you need to, huh? I'm like, let me just cook my steak in peace, man. I just want to eat a steak. What is it? So yeah, he definitely did. And like I was telling my brother, I was dreaming about this guy, I'm sleeping and having dreams about this guy. Like I'm waking up thinking I just punched somebody in the face. I'm like, oh man, Mitchell Seep. And I love that. I love that rush. I love that adrenaline that he gave me. And I feel the same thing with Zach because, after the show, guys are just talking and saying a lot of things that you didn't say on the show. It's just another step in our life, man. It's another step in our journeys. And I respect Zach. I respect his coach. I respect everything about the guy. But I'm going to beat him up come Saturday because, when it comes to being in here and doing this, I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to do. I'm not going to talk crap about a guy. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm going to come out here and I'm going to compete and I'm going to win. And that's all my focus is on. I'm not focused on anything else but winning. And that's when come Saturday, that's what I'm going to do.
I asked Kamaru about you guys sharing a card together, and he was kind of indifferent about it. Like, he was like he'd be down, but like he felt like he'd be too nervous, and he likes you in the corner because you're his hype man.
Yeah.
Would you like to share a card with Kamaru?
I actually kind of feel the same way, because it'll be one of those things where we could kind of tell our kids, and our kids that, your dad and your uncle fought on the same card together. But I'm the same way. As much as I'm his hype man, I'm the most nervous person in life when he's fighting. That's why I'm like that, because it's just coming out of me. It's, and it's like I absorb his energy, and because he's so focused, but he wants to be hype, but it's like it's so controlled that he gives it to me. So then I start yelling, and he's looking at me like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, you want me to keep yelling? And I go to the hotel room, and my voice is gone. I'm like, you got me. I'm yelling for you and me. So, it's one of those things that I love being in his corner. I love just being on this journey with him since from our first fight in Nebraska, Kearney, when he fought. I was on a journey with him, and I love it. I love everything about fighting. I love everything about being in my brother's corner, and I know he does too. He's a little different than me. He won't yell or anything in my corner because he's having a heart attack. But he definitely gives me his energy just by looking at me. I know what he wants me to do. I know what he the goal, and I just go out there and execute.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Is he going to be here on Saturday?
Huh?
Will he be here?
Yes, he will. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys.
What? Here we go again, she said. Here we go again.
We saw you last time in February, hard-fought win that night. I guess, what did you take out of that performance?
A última vez que a gente viu você foi em fevereiro, luta braba. O que você tira daquele desempenho lá?
Cara, assim, era uma questão de honra, né? Voltar e realmente mostrar quem é a verdadeira Pedrita, né? Porque a luta anterior não foi muito favorável para mim, né? Aquela questão do mata-leão que eu tomei, enfim. Então foi uma questão de honra eu voltar ali e mostrar para todo mundo que apontou porque é aquilo, né? Aqueles que não passam o que a gente passa, aqueles que não cortam peso, aqueles que não diariamente na guerra do treino e lesionado tem que treinar e sentir o dedo, mas tem que treinar porque tem peso para cortar. Quem não passa isso não entende e quer apontar, quer criticar. Aí acho que eu sou movida a essas pessoas que dizem que não, sabe? Eu vou lá e não é assim que funciona, mas não é questão de mostrar e querer, não, é questão de falar que não é assim que funciona. Vamos ter mais amor no coração, vamos olhar com mais carinho, mais ternura para o trabalho da pessoa. Não é um momento difícil que as pessoas vão levantar o dedo e vão apontar e vão criticar. Não é assim que funciona. Vamos olhar um todo, vamos olhar com mais serenidade, com mais coração. Ao tocar uma alma humana, seja apenas outra alma humana.
First of all, it was a badge of honor. It was a matter of honor for me to get back into the game. And show people that what happened in the fight before, I mean, the rear naked choke, that wasn't me. And again, a matter of personal honor to get back and to show and to tell people, because there's a lot of finger pointing that happens when we lose. And I think that comes sometimes, people are very quick to trigger and to point out to your shortcomings and to the things that you can't accomplish. But I think it comes a lot from a lot of people that haven't been where we've been through. They haven't had to cut weight. They haven't had, I'm feeling my finger right now. I still have to go because I need to cut weight. And I need to cut weight, but all things just add up. And if you haven't been here, if you haven't been in the war, in the daily grind, what can you do except for, can you be nicer? Can we have a little more love in our hearts and be a little more tender and gentle with people? Because it's a human soul that you're talking to here. And people are so quick to trigger. And again, I didn't want to, when people point at you and say, like, you didn't do it, it wasn't, when they point out to your shortcomings, as I mentioned, I'm just not here like rah-rah and I want to show it to you. It's not reactive. It's just because I know what I've been through. A lot of us have been through this, and you just want to show that you're there and you deserve respect. And I think it comes on a human side, but I needed to get back into the game and show it to people. And she did mention Pebbles, that the real Pebbles was back, just because of a nickname situation.
Yeah. Congratulations on that, by the way. That was the longest transition.
Appreciate it. It was heartfelt. She really deserved it all. It was heartfelt.
I do wonder after that last win if she felt like it kind of proved that she belongs here, right? Because she had a very difficult path to start in the UFC, but now 3-1 in her last 4 fights. You know, does she feel like, hey, I've proved I do belong here?
E você acha que a última vitória ela provou que você, na tua opinião, ela provou que você merece estar aqui? Porque, pô, 3-1 nas tuas últimas 4 lutas. Então, poxa, eu mereço estar aqui. Eu mereço. Você acha que você está aprovada para você mesma?
Sim, com certeza, eu mereço estar aqui. Porque lutar é minha vida, lutar é o que eu amo fazer, né? Acho que a minha estreia prova isso, né? Então, é o que eu falo, não importa o adversário, não importa... É um verdadeiro guerreiro, ele não escolhe combate, ele está ali para fazer o que ele ama fazer. E é o que eu amo fazer. Eu me reencontrei na luta novamente. Quem sabe a minha história vem de superação. E eu me reencontrei na luta. Eu mereço estar aqui, com certeza.
Yes, I do deserve to be here. And you know what? Even if it goes back to my debut, I think it's proof that I deserve to be here. Fighting is what I love to do, is what I like to do. This is where I found myself. I found myself again in fighting, and I deserve to be here because I've worked so hard at this, and it's what I love to do. And yes, by all means, I do deserve to be here.
Talk about this matchup with Ariane. What do you think of her as an opponent?
Something else as well. A real warrior does not choose her opponents. Just something that was mentioned before. O que você acha em termos de combate você com a Ariane? Como é que você vê essa luta?
Assim, lamento, né, 2 compatriotas, né? Mas com certeza o Brasil está muito bem representado, tanto por ela quanto por mim. E eu tenho certeza aí, ela é striker, né? Eu também sou. E vamos dar espetáculo, abertura de card principal. E é nossa função levantar o público. E é para isso que a gente veio fazer, é isso que a gente vai fazer. Quem sabe aí um bônus, né? E fazer o que a gente ama. E estaremos treinadas para isso.
Sad there's 2 compatriots fighting each other, but we're going to be well represented. Not just myself, but her as well. She's a striker, I'm a striker, we're opening up the card, we're going at it, we're going to put on a show because it's kind of our duty to actually get everybody together and set up a good night. So we're gonna put on a show, we're gonna go at it, and it's gonna be a great fight.
All right, so I think it's going to be an entertaining matchup. Last thing for me, win this. I mean, do you feel like you should be in the rankings? I mean, is that a position that you believe you should be in, or do you worry about that type of stuff?
Primeiro de tudo, vai ser realmente uma luta que vai entreter muita gente. E você acha que uma luta como essa te coloca em rankings? É importante para você isso nesse momento? Você acha que uma vitória já deveria jogar você para dentro do ranking?
Sim, acredito que sim. É uma luta muito esperada por vocês. Eu estou para lutar com a Ariane, já tem um tempo, a gente até antes do UFC a gente ia se enfrentar. Eu fui contratada. A gente ia se enfrentar no KSW até, ela era a detentora do cinturão do KSW, mas quando o UFC viu que eu ia lutar com ela, o KSW me contratou, o UFC me contratou na frente, e logo em seguida a gente ia lutar o UFC São Paulo, mas teve contratempos. Depois o UFC México, acredito que ela estava lesionada, e ela não aceitou a luta, e até que chegou o momento. Então eu penso assim, realmente o UFC quer muito ver essa luta. E acredito sim que uma vitória já me bote ranqueada.
Yeah, it's a long time coming for us to fight. We've been meaning to fight each other for quite some time. We were supposed to fight back in other rankings in the past, but then I came aboard, And then, I mean, she was with KSW for quite some time, so it was meant to happen. And then we were supposed to fight in Sao Paulo. There was some issues. Then UFC Mexico, we were supposed to fight, and then obviously she was injured, so she couldn't fight. I think it's going to be, it's been a long time coming, and we meant to fight each other, so I guess we're going to do it right this time. And I do think that a win should pop me up in the rankings.
Cool.
Oh, thank you.
Muito obrigado pelas suas respostas.
Eu tô ficando mais tranquila, não tô?
I think I'm just getting calmer at these things. Am I not? Might look.
Tô aprendendo.
I'm learning.
Hey there, everyone.
Well, I know it's, you haven't completely reached the goal just yet. One more step to go, but I guess here you are. The Ultimate Fighter final. So what's the emotion like ahead of this moment?
Today and this whole week, I've been riding the usual good vibes wave. Every fight I come into, I'm always feeling great, best shape of my life. Yesterday was my 33rd birthday. A lot of great vibes yesterday. Weights coming off so smooth. Everything in camp went smooth. I can't tell you enough how great I feel and how much support I have.
I think the key, for everybody is just try to treat it like another fight, right? But at the same time, it's a massive moment in your career, right? I mean, so does it feel like different than other fights?
In a lot of ways, it feels exactly the same. Everything's running really smooth and according to plan and everything. So a lot of ways it feels like the same. I know that there should be a little bit extra pressure here, but I thrive under pressure, and I feel like, with everything leading up to this, it's just, it all kind of adds to it for me. I love it. I thrive in this kind of environment.
Is there any part of you that's like representing the team as the only one in the finals, or is it like, well, that was fun for the TV show, but it's my career now?
Man, I want this win for Team Nunes as well. I know that we're all competing as individuals, but I could not have had the performances in the house that I had and gotten to this point with all of the support from Amanda and Nina and their coaches. Them working with my coaches even now, they put that time into me as a martial artist. They care about me, and it shows. It shows at my camp. I've got a lot of people with really good fight IQ out there that are helping me to work towards getting prepared for this fight. I feel so prepared.
Nice. What are your thoughts of Juliana as an opponent? Kind of what she presents to you in terms of a challenge?
I like this aggressive pressure. I think it's going to be a good fight. That makes for great fights. We'll leave it at that.
Nice. Did you do anything special to kind of try to emulate her with somebody? She's got kind of a wild style, right? So do you do any kind of unique prep, knowing that she's really a specialist in a lot of ways, right?
I don't myself do anything different, but I do have my teammates emulate that type of style, with pressure, with pace, with the smothering, that kind of a thing. But I haven't, as far as my style, I think that my style is already ready to control the range, keep the positional hierarchy, and to get the job done.
Nice. Last thing for me, I know you've been thinking about this fight for quite a while. You probably played it out in your head quite a few times. So
a little bit.
How do you see this going? I mean, is this a fight where you think you can come in and make some kind of a statement early, or is this one that you're going to have to kind of weather the storm a little?
There's a storm coming for sure. I'm prepared for that. But going back to the styles, with the styles that we have here in this matchup with Juliana and I see it just gonna, one of those highlight reel finishes. That pressure coming in, me timing it. You guys watched the Amanda Juliana fight. My coach fought a lot like me in that fight. She fought southpaw. She took her time. She, adjusted with the pressure, and she just remained patient. Got that good timing, good connections on everything, and real responsive. So yeah, I either see it going just like that, except more blood, or I see one of those highlight reel knockouts coming in, all against that pressure. Yay, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Juliana actually made the same point that Amanda fought like you. Yeah. She said she made the same observation. Worked out. Yeah. Thank you.
All the way down to the smile.
Welcome back, Thiago, here in another main event, another headliner for the UFC. I guess, is it still special for you? Get excited when it's a main event?
Yeah, I like so much. I like to be a main event, to do 5 rounds. You know, supposed to be 5 rounds, never know. But yeah, I'm happy to be here, to fight against a tough opponent. You know, young guy, one young prospect, one more. And yeah, let's see.
I was going to ask, you know, Jamal, as you said, a young guy, a new guy in the division. Have you been watching him and seeing him rise up the ranks? Is it a fight that you thought you'd have someday?
Yeah, I watched him few fights, especially the last one. And yeah, I thought before we're gonna meet each other, and it's now, it's time.
I guess everyone in the top of the division is dangerous, but he's had 2 first-round finishes in a row. What do you think about him? Is there anything especially dangerous about him?
Amazing. Yeah, he's a tough opponent, you know, aggressive. He has some KOs, but have most of KOs in this division in the UFC. So. Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen. Let's punch each other, let's kick each other. Let's see who's gonna stand up.
I like it. How was training camp as a dad? Was it a little different for you?
Oh, amazing, man. My little princess, you know, bring only good feelings for me. You know, big motivated, and yeah, I did amazing camp. I feel like the best camp ever before my fight against Jones. So I feel 100% ready for this fight.
Nice. You've got a lot of experience against top-level guys, so I'm curious, you know, this fight, do you think it's going to be crazy and aggressive, or do you think, you know, your patience and your experience, you can kind of calm things down a little bit?
I'm going to use my experience, you know. We both are KO guys. But, you know, some fights before the same things, guys aggressive, but I don't know what happened when they fight against me, they come different, you know, they come different, they try to take me down, they fight like strategy fight. So I cannot say about himself, I can say about myself. I promise I go forward. I go to knock him out, and this fight gonna be different than my last fight.
Last thing for me, as you said, it's supposed to be 5 rounds. Is there any way this fight goes 5 rounds?
Like I said, it's possible, but you know, I think probably this fight gonna finish early.
Hey, Thiago. Today is the 9-year anniversary of your UFC debut. And since then, you've had 6 main events, you fought for the title, a bunch of performance of the nines. Like, did you know when you made your debut 9 years ago, like that this was going to be you, that you were going to be such a big star like you are?
Be honest, I always believe in myself, but you know, I grow inside the UFC. I entered in UFC young in MMA. You know, I remember I had, I think, 9 fights, something like that. And then I entered UFC, have ups and downs, you know, and I learned inside UFC, you know, with defeat, with some lose, and I grow, I learned, and I'm here. I'm one of the best of the world, and I'm proud, I'm still proud of myself. You know, it's not only in fight day. I'm proud of myself, what I do every single day. I train hard every single day. I'm 38 years old, but I train like a young guy, like 20 years old. So I'm so proud of myself.
And then finally for me, of all your tattoos that you have some very special ones. Which one is your favorite?
My favorite tattoo on my back, you know, this tell about everything of my life, tell about the time when I was in army, tell about fight, have the cage you know, and about my faith.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. That's it.
Okay, I'm ready.
A bit of a heartbreaker last time out, right? A frustrating one. I guess how long does it take you to kind of move past that and carry on?
I think I moved past it right after it finished, in the sense that I can't do nothing about that fight, you know? It is what it is. But a lot of lessons and a lot of things that, you know, I watched after, and mostly about myself, you know. I don't know, I just felt I wasn't as aggressive as I am. Usually I should have been more. And also props to Bilal, you know, he came in with the right strategy, did the right things, but I felt like I could have done some things different and I didn't. So from that's where I started working, you know, watching my fight 100 times, talking to my coaches, making sure we make the adjustments, because I know I'm developing. I know I'm reaching that top level. It's just some adjustments, and that's what we did.
Nice. And still, I mean, still number 6 in the world right now, right? Even after setbacks. I mean, do you take some satisfaction in going, yeah, it sucks to lose, but we're still right up there at the top of the division?
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's the thing, you know, when I look at it, when I look where I got, I was at a point number 4. Now I'm number 6, which is still up there. I didn't get here by mistake. I got here working my ass off and fighting the way I fight. And that's what I felt I missed a little bit in the last fight. And that's what I want to get back to. And I know that that's who I am, you know. The 5-rounder, the main event, all that, I thought a little bit, oh, now I got to, you know, train different. I got to do this different. Yeah, we got to do adjustments. But that doesn't mean, like, I got to be someone else. Who got me here is that silent assassin that goes and fights like a maniac, you know, and that gets those finishes. And that's who I got back to now.
Was it important for you to fight again quickly? Like, have you been just itching to, like, all right, I got to get back in there?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, after my last fight, the next day I was fresh. I could, you know, fight again. I had no injury. Physically, I was really, you know, really well. So I rested off 1 week, got right back into training, adjusting everything that I needed to, and I wanted another fight soon. And Geoff stepped up. You know, he's a tough guy, and he wanted, you know, to take a shot at the number 6. That's you know, what everybody wants. And at the same time, for me, it made a lot of sense because of the timeline. You know, I wanted to fight quick, and it's hard to get these top guys to fight quickly. So I said, hey, Geoff is willing to. Let's do it. It's a big fight. I know it's going to be, for the fans, an amazing one. And for me, it's an exciting. It just brings that fire out of me.
Yeah. I was going to ask you, I mean, stylistically on paper, what you think he presents, because like you just said, it looks like this is going to be a pretty damn exciting matchup.
Yeah, I think, you know, Geoff is a guy that I've watched even before I was lined up to fight him. I like his style. I enjoy watching his fights. And I think we match perfectly. It's going to be, you know, possibly and most likely the fight of the night. We're going to go out there, do what we do, which is try to knock each other out. And he's tough, I'm tough, so that's not going to be a quick one. But I do believe I can finish him, and I think that he believes he can finish me. So it's going to be nice to watch that challenge.
Yeah. Last thing for me, I'm curious. You know, you win here, as you said, you're fighting down in the rankings a little bit, but you're right there at the top. I mean, do you worry about like who's next or what's up, or do you maybe fight better when you're not thinking about, you know, title picture and how to get here and how to get there?
I mean, it's hard for me not to think about it, but that's not the focus. The focus right now is beating Geoff. He's the man, you know, he's the guy that I got to go past to move back to that title conversation, which I was, and I can get back to, you know, I'm closest to the title fight than I've ever been, even with a setback. You know, it didn't set me that back. And a win over Geoff can put me right into that mix. So that's the focus right now, you know. Get back into that mix, get a big win. It's got to be a big one against Geoff, and then we can think about what's next.
Hey, Vicente.
Hey.
How is dad life treating you?
Man, dad life is awesome, you know. It's not easy. I'll tell everybody it's not easy, but it's awesome. It's really rewarding seeing my son, you know, just develop, grow up, and he loves fighting already. That's crazy, you know. Maybe because he goes so much, watch me train, and we're watching fights also. Like I watch fights with my wife sometimes, and he's there watching that and having so much fun. It's funny. When I came here, my wife told him, hey, now daddy's gonna go to the TV, do 1-2. And then he starts throwing like punches in the air. And I'm like, yeah, man, it's awesome to see this. So yeah, it's an awesome experience.
That's awesome to hear. Did you do the majority of your fight camp in Brazil, or did you do it in Sanford?
So this one was split up. I started my first 5 weeks in Brazil at Serrado MMA, but I felt like I needed to go, to Killcliff Fight Club now and experience that again. It's such a great environment. All the coaches, Henry, Greg, we got so much other great coaches over there working with us, and the talent, man. The whole. I think we have like 4 or 5 top 15 welterweights, plus a whole bunch of other great welterweights that are at a high level. I needed that again, I needed that again. So I had 4 weeks of training camp over there, and I felt great. I really feel at this point at the best shape of my life.
That's great to hear. I know that you wanted the Nate Diaz fight, but he's obviously fighting Khamzat Chimaev next. I just want your thoughts on that fight.
Yeah, man, Khamzat stole my fight, and finally we get to see Nate fighting again. I'm excited for it, I love to see Nate fight. I just am excited that he's gonna fight again. And Chimaev, man, he's a tough guy. He showed that his last fight. So I would put Chimaev as a favorite for this one. But man, Nate can make it complicated. If he survives those 2 first rounds, he doesn't get tired. Nate never gets tired, so he can bring it, bring the pressure and make it complicated against Chimaev. So I'm excited for that one for sure.
And finally, for me, Kamaru Usman versus Leon Edwards 2 is going down in a couple weeks. I just want your thoughts on that fight and who do you believe will win that?
Yeah, that's a big fight in my division, and I don't know. I think that Leon has been developing a lot since he last fought Kamaru. I think that he's a totally different fighter now. He deserves to be fighting for that title. He has his streak and he's earned his way, but I still think Kamaru is going to remain champion. I still think Kamaru just has that more, a little bit more of experience. He's been tested against a whole bunch of tough guys. So I don't know. I see Kamaru remaining champion and yeah, dominating that fight.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys.
Testando, 1, 2, 3, testando.
Well, I guess I know you've been fighting just absolute killers one after another, but you know the losses. I wonder just how difficult it's been for you to kind of deal with these results as of late.
Cara, você tem lutado contra os caras que são matador recentemente. E como que o que as derrotas têm feito para você? Como é que você vê o teu retrospecto recente?
É, uma sequência de lutas boas, porém muito duras. São caras que estão no topo da divisão, caras que o Overeem já saiu, mas também estava no topo da divisão. E são lutas que me ensinaram muito, né? Me trouxeram uma grande bagagem e acredito que estou pronto para sábado para poder dar a volta por cima.
They've been great fights, but tough fights against guys that have been at the top of the division. I mean, think Overeem, he once was. But I think there are fights that have taught me a lot, and I'm ready to actually get back into it.
Nice. It's been 8 months, I think, since the Tai Tuivasa fight. I was curious if you just wanted some time away to work on some of those things, or if that's just the way the schedule worked.
Foram 8 meses desde a última luta. É uma coisa que você... Só foi algo que aconteceu ou foi uma coisa que você pediu mesmo um tempinho mais para recuperar?
A gente tinha a suspensão da comissão e, além desse tempo da comissão, eu também pedi para ficar um pouco mais recluso, pensando um pouco aí nos próximos passos, para poder voltar com tudo.
There was a time associated with the suspension from the commission as well. I did ask for some extra time, some additional time to kind of step back a little bit and come back, full on.
Nice. I guess kind of what's the focus been? Because it's just tough, right? In the heavyweight division, like anything can happen in a second. So I guess what has been the focus in terms of what you can change from the lessons you've learned?
E qual que é o foco? A pergunta que se faz é mais porque, peso pesado é outro nível. Um golpe pode mudar tudo. Então tudo pode acontecer. Como é que você muda o teu approach da última luta? O que foi mudado? O que você acha que você precisou mudar em relação a isso?
Acho que a principal mudança foi o lugar de treino, né? Vim para a América Top Team, então estou na Flórida já 2 meses e meio, e essa foi a principal mudança. Corrigimos alguns erros que eu cometia na parte em pé e evolui muito na parte de grappling, né? De quedas e tanto de jiu-jitsu também.
I think the biggest change was actually changing the place of training. Coming to ATT's, but about 2.5 months. I've been in Florida. We have to correct a lot of things standing up, but we worked a lot of my grappling as well. So I think that would say that changing the venue and changing the people that I work with, that's what changed most.
That's a pretty big change.
Isso é uma grande mudança.
Talk about Serghei as an opponent, kind of what you see in him and what challenge he presents for you.
Fala um pouco do Serghei como adversário. O que você vê e que tipo de desafio que ele traz para você?
Ele é um cara bom, tá vindo de uma boa sequência de lutas aí, alterna entre vitórias e derrotas, tem um jogo um pouco do sambo, gosta de controlar a luta, mas eu estou pronto para quebrar esse jogo dele e poder voltar a vencer.
He's coming off of a tough opponent, a guy who's coming off from very good fights. I understand he's kind of alternating wins and losses, and he does come in with some sambo as well. But I think I'm ready to break his game and move on with things.
Nice. Last thing for me, as you said, you've been in some very entertaining fights. So I'm just curious, like, what's most important for you in this fight? Is it, to get the win and get that positive result, or is it more just go in there and, have the type of fight that you think you can from, learning these new things?
A última minha pergunta aqui do John essas últimas lutas você mencionou aí que são lutas que têm sido boas, você quer entreter, mas o que é importante para você? Realmente a vitória a qualquer custo, no sentido de que preciso acabar com esse negócio agora, ou realmente ter uma luta na qual você mostre alguma coisa que você quer, seja ter o teu jogo? São duas coisas diferentes.
Eu acho assim.
O que você acha que é? Vitória ou realmente mostrar o teu jogo e seguir um plano?
Eu prefiro mostrar meu jogo, seguir o plano, mas isso aqui é MMA, né? Então isso é uma loucura e a gente tem que estar pronto para lutar os 3 rounds, numa luta um pouco mais estratégica, se estiver mais difícil, mas também tem que estar pronto para dar um show e para acabar com a luta o quanto antes.
Of course, I like to kind of stay the course and go with a game plan, but this is MMA. Things can change a lot. Sometimes you have to change the strategy and switch things up mid-fight, and I'm ready to go, the 3 rounds and basically change things as needed.
What's been the biggest change since making the switch of gyms that you felt in your immediate training, and did the move also sort of reinvigorate you and excite you to keep fighting by making the switch?
Qual que foi a maior mudança que você teve agora em termos de treinamento depois que você veio para a TT? Um pouco mais específico, qual foi a grande mudança que você sentiu? Você mencionou algumas coisas. E você acha que esse movimento deu uma revigorada no teu astral para lutar?
Com certeza. Cheguei na TT, confesso que depois de dezembro fiquei muito para baixo, quase depressivo, podemos dizer assim, lá no Brasil. E quando eu cheguei na TT, encontrei todo o time de pesados. Vou mencionar todos aqui: Marcos Pezão, Marcelo Gomes, Marcos Bochecha, Said, Clidson. Então toda essa galera aí dos pesos pesados me ajudou muito. E conversando com eles, caras experientes que lutaram em vários lugares já do mundo, peguei um pouco dessa experiência, um pouco dessa energia de cada um, e isso daí me revigorou e me trouxe uma alegria novamente. Então, nesses últimos 2 meses aí, cara, estou muito feliz e estou muito empolgado de estar aqui, porque esse é meu trabalho. Eu nasci para lutar, eu nasci para estar aqui no UFC e eu amo fazer tudo isso. Então, eu estou pronto para fazer uma grande luta e dar continuidade na carreira.
I guess we'll go back to the technical a little bit, but before, yes, it did, because after the last fight, I do have to confess that in December I was feeling down when I went back to Brazil, and kind of borderline depressive, going back to Brazil, just, feeling depressed as a person. And then I get to the guys there, and the first thing I see in ATT, and I see all the names that were mentioned, so Pezão, Said, Gomes, Bochecha, and Clidson, the 5. So you see the heavyweights, and I took a lot from the experience because they fought all over the world. They fought for different kinds of promotions. They brought in so many things that I kind of fed off all the energy that those guys brought, and I really felt the vibe, and I did feel revigorated, as you mentioned. Let me go back to the technical part. A parte técnica que ele falou, a primeira coisa, alguma mudança no treino em si que você gostaria de mencionar?
Então, treinando com esses caras todo dia, a gente evolui tudo. Um pouco com o Bochecha, na parte de chão, detalhes, o cara é multicampeão de jiu-jitsu, mas também todo o resto da galera tem alguma coisa para acrescentar. Então, eu senti essa diferença no jiu-jitsu, na parte de queda, com o Steve Mocco, que é o coach lá, na parte de trocação com toda a galera. Então, eu acho que a evolução foi geral, em todo dia a gente tinha alguma coisa para aprender, para agregar, né?
General evolution, basically, because training with these guys, you grow so much from all the different inputs that you have. So you have Bochecha with the grappling, he brings something. Bochecha falou foi trocação ou foi?
Não, Bochecha mais parte de pé.
O Mocco.
Bochecha Jiu-Jitsu, Mocco.
Yeah, Bochecha Jiu-Jitsu, just that Mocco was wrestling, so coach, so different, and then also a lot of the striking, because there's a lot of strikers there as well. So there's a general evolution. I can point out the things because I do feel a general evolution from actually having all these different guys come in with so many different inputs. Just wanted to give you the tip.
Was there a conversation that happened? I know you said that you were working on your striking, and there's things that you were starting to address now that you're there at ATT. Was there a conversation that happened that kind of just told you, like, I must go to this gym? Did somebody point things out to you and you were like, that makes so much sense, I want to go there? Or what was the genesis to make you want to make that move?
Eu sei que você falou de todos esses aspectos diferentes, de todos esses inputs diferentes que foram trazidos, essa coisa, cada um deles trazendo um aporte para você. Mas teve uma conversa ou algum momento que levou você a tomar a decisão para ir para lá? O que foi exatamente que levou você a falar assim, pô, eu tenho que falar com esses caras? Você está falando bastante da experiência de ter chegado lá. Mas de antes, o que te levou a chegar lá, a ir para lá?
2014 a 2016 eu ia para lá para ajudar no camp do Bigfoot, ajudei o Cigano também, e eu sempre tive essa porta aberta na América Top Team. E acredito que todo mundo gosta de mim lá, tem uma boa relação lá, e desde então eles sempre me convidaram para voltar, né? Mas eu ficava muito no Brasil, né? E agora, desde o ano passado, depois da luta do Jairzinho, eu já estava com essa ideia de ir para a América Top Team. E depois da luta do Tuivasa, a primeira coisa que eu fiz, no outro dia já, lutei sábado à noite, no domingo já entrei em contato e falei, putz, tem como eu ir? Os caras falaram, já era para você estar aqui faz tempo, estamos te esperando. Então, foi isso que eu fiz.
So from 2014 to 2016, I was already in very intimate contact with them. I mean, working in the camps for Bigfoot and for Cigano as well. So it was kind of like a natural step would be coming here. And I just stayed a lot in Brazil, and I mean, the doors are open. I do believe that they like me there. They treat me nice there. So at the end of the day, there was a spark. So after the last fight, after the Tuivasa fight, lost on Saturday. On Sunday, I already gave him a call, and I said, I need to go up there. And they said, you should have been here a long time ago.
That's incredible. Last thing for me, you keep mentioning Brazil. The UFC, they've talked about either maybe going there by the end of the year or definitely next year. Is that something that you're chomping at the bit to get at a card in Brazil? And where do you think the first place that they'll go when they go back to Brazil will be?
Você falou bastante da experiência no Brasil, de estar lá, e só para saber como é que você vê o fato de que o UFC está falando para voltar agora pro UFC voltar para o Brasil agora. Se é que é uma coisa que você está antecipando, porque você está lutando agora, de repente a próxima luta lá, quando que você acha que isso... Primeiro, que se isso é uma intenção tua, vou lutar no Brasil na próxima luta. Segundo, onde seria, talvez, do Brasil, e quando seria? Que seria, talvez, no início do ano que vem, já está se falando. Mas onde que você acha que seria essa luta, e se é isso que você gostaria de lutar lá?
Estou falando em São Paulo, né? Que a luta vai ser em São Paulo. Eu achei que ia ser no Brasil o final do ano, então eu teria essa intenção, né, de lutar agora e final do ano no Brasil. Se o UFC quiser me dar uma luta no final do ano em outro lugar, não tem problema, mas se quiser me colocar no Brasil, eu vou estar pronto. Quero sentir a energia da torcida brasileira lá. Minha estreia foi lá e foi muito bom. E se for em São Paulo, é perto de Curitiba, da minha cidade, então vamos estar pronto.
Well, I think São Paulo, that's what we've been talking about. But I understand that it will be next year, and I really had the plan of fighting now and fighting in December. So if the UFC gives me another fight before then, wherever it is, I might take that fight. But it'll be so good to actually feed off the energy of the Brazilian fans. My debut was there, and São Paulo is not far away from Curitiba, my city, our city, and it just obviously wouldn't be bad to actually be so close.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, I love it. Listen, you had the win in September, kind of snapped the losing streak. I just wonder how important that victory was for you.
So I'm really excited because my last fight was not only about the victory, but I felt like more mature during the fight, during my training camp. Like I really felt that I improved some the things that I were looking for, and now I'm really excited to get back to the cage, and I can wait to show more improvements.
Nice. We thought we were going to see you fight in March, right? I guess what happened there, and why did you have to delay?
Yes, I got an injury in my shoulder, so I have to postpone the fight because I wouldn't be 100% because you have to adapt your training camp. I can do this and this, so I would. If you are not 100%, it's not a good idea. And I already made this mistake again, before. So for this time, my coach, he told me, no, this time we're gonna make it different. Let's break this cycle. No, don't repeat the same mistake again. Let's wait. You'll be 100%. You'll be able to do all the trains like box, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, grappling, everything. So then we're gonna get a fight. So this fight came in the right time.
Nice. So now I think it's been 11 months, almost a year. I mean, is that a challenge for you, or is it kind of good that you had some time away maybe to work on some things? Maybe was it positive?
Yes, I mean, I'm a kind of fighter who likes to be fighting as soon as possible, but I think this time was important, exactly like you told, to improve my techniques, my game, my game on MMA. So sometimes bad things is for good, happen for good reasons. So I'm more excited to fight because I'm sure this was the most time that I had no fight. So I'm really excited to get back, and I only see good things on what happened.
Nice. How do you feel about the matchup with Priscilla? Because it looks like on paper it should be a very exciting fight. Is that the type of fight you're expecting?
Yes, for sure, 100%. She's a striker. She likes to fight. She enjoys fighting. She enjoys striking, and me either. So I did my best in my training camp. I'm really excited to get back to the cage, and with this fight, with this kind of fighter who fans get excited. And the kind of fight I like. So for sure, I can say for sure, but if it depends on me, this fight is going to be really exciting, can be one of the best of the night.
Nice. Last thing for me, a win here. What's the goal? Is it to fight again very quickly since you lost some time, or maybe look for January, fighting in Brazil, or what would be the plan next?
Yes, I want to fight one more time this year yet, but I have to waiting for this fight, what's gonna happen, and then see what my coach think about. But I want to fight as soon as possible.
Hey, Ariane, is this your fourth fight with American Top Team?
It's my third.
Third fight. How's that going? Training over there.
Awesome. I really felt like I improved what we were looking for to improve my wrestling, my grappling for MMA. I had a good jiu-jitsu in Brazil, but it's different wrestling, and you mix wrestling and jiu-jitsu. Also, you have to have some partners training who put you in some situations, so then you can learn how to use your technique. So this is what we were looking for, and I think my first fight in training at the American Top Team was a short time, so I didn't was ready, to show my improvement. But also in my second fight, I showed that, and now in my third fight, I'm gonna show again.
I know that it takes some time to get used to the gym and be part of the family, but do you feel like you're part of the American Top Team family now?
Yeah, sure. It's a big gym. I don't know if every fight is there, but the coaches I've been training and my partners training, I feel like they are my team. We really help each other, pushing hard with each other to help my partners training get better, and then they do the same with me. So I feel like a team for sure.
Awesome. And finally, for me, I just want your thoughts on Amanda Nunes versus Juliana Pena and their fight. Just what did you think of that fight?
Last fight? Yeah. Oh, awesome. I'm really happy because Amanda was healthy this time, because I saw in the first fight she wasn't healthy. She was with both knees injuries. So she did everything she could to be ready to fight. But like I told you about the fight that I canceled, fight with an injury is not good. You know, it's not about you feel pain about during the fight, but it's because you can't get ready, you can't do all the training you need to be 100% to fight. So, and she really wanted to fight because she was with both knee injuries, and she did everything she could. So in the fight, you know, happened. So in this fight, she really showed that she's better. You know, she's the champion, the double champion.
Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.